I just looked, I don't have any messages from him yet.
All right, we'll get started. All right, let's do our pledge and start. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. David, you all first.
Father, we come to you today asking you to watch over this meeting of our commission, to watch over all of our county employees, and just thank you for the time that we had with our families this weekend. We ask all this in Jesus' name. Amen.
Yeah, I got my phone over there. Can't function without it.
Well, good morning to everyone. I hope you had a great Christmas. And I'll make a motion that we approve last week's minutes.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Got bills.
I got a question on this, on the 911 tax. We spent like close to 40,000. I just, what's our policy on that? Our 911 tax, we spent close to 40,000 on the 911 tax. And
Okay. The 911 money is in a separate fund. We had some discussion last week about who's responsible for that fund. We have a policy in place which was passed in 2017. You got
Not with me.
Back in 2017, which says that the PSAP manager is responsible for managing all financial matters related to the 911 system. Based upon that, the sheriff, who is the PSAP manager, felt that it was within his scope to order this software. It's my understanding that he negotiated with the company. It's basically a sole source purchase. It's, am I saying that correctly? We did evaluate it.
Hey, Chris, could you come up here? You know about it?
Yeah, Chris was involved in the.
Go ahead.
So the product, commissioners, that they're talking about is the recording system for the 911.
Over here?
Yes, to go over there. So currently there is a recorder that is in the existing building, but it will not scale to the Justice Center. So it doesn't connect up with the radios properly, and it just will not add more channels to be able to pick up the additional load of the Justice Center, the phones, the 911, the radios, the infrastructure in general. So we went out looking for what product would fit the best. And we actually evaluated 3 different products, one being the same company that we're using today. And we ultimately landed with this company out of Wichita that makes a very, very nice recorder, very robust, very popular. In fact, we've had their product previously, many, many years ago. And we were also able to negotiate a pretty big discount on that for the trade-in of our existing system when the time comes.
So what's when you say discount? What looking at?
I don't have the quote for me.
I was told that the original price, like 70.
70 some thousand. Yeah, that's right.
You got it for 30 now.
Okay.
Yep. And that includes the additional capacity that we need, not only with the 911, but the phone lines coming in. And those are liabilities that we have to record. We get those requests a lot. And this system is also redundant where our current system is not. So this actually records in 2 locations for us. So should one fail, we have like a virtual backup that will take over and give the sheriff's office and anybody that makes a request for such recordings. You know, we don't say, hey, we had our system down. We have that information.
You may have said this, but if you, in case you didn't, this also has the capacity if other departments want to record.
Yes, sir, it does.
Like, for example, if the road department wants all its calls recorded, it can do that.
Yes, it could. That's right. That would be up to the department whether they chose to do so. But, you know, should another department say, hey, we would like our calls recorded as well, this system has the capacity to handle that.
And when we negotiated the price for the Justice Center, that package were we anticipating this coming over? Or did we already know it wasn't?
No, we were not anticipating it coming over. We've actually, because this is a pure digital system, where the one we have now is sort of a digital analog hybrid, which the digital is significantly better quality and clarity for us. We've actually made some adjustments over here that have reduced some costs into the dispatch because of this. But it was understood that we were going to need the recorder, but we were going to need it one way or another. Whether we ended up upgrading the one that we had, which would involve a completely new box, just like this is, in that facility. We've had that one now since, I'd have to go back and look, but it was 2013, 2014 when this one that we have currently got installed.
Well, I'd like to see that we talk about it a little bit before we buy it next time, you know, I mean, just not that I'm against the purchase of the equipment, but
Yeah, if you have, in this case, I know the sheriff purchasing it, requesting to purchase it, but you're the one that knows all the stuff about it. So if, in that case, if there's another office that comes up and they're gonna buy something, some come over and some don't. Whether they do or don't, having you buy and explain it makes it a lot easier for us. It lets the public know exactly what they're getting for something. It lets it know where the funds are coming from.
And is there any way, like on this type of equipment, that we could get 3 bids or not? I mean, is that?
So this particular one, it's really close to sole source. And what we found was a lot of vendors, they're sharing platforms. They're just rebranding them. So ultimately, we boiled it down to the one that we have now and this product, which the one that we have now would not fit over there. So nobody else's came anywhere close to the price. We went to our radio vendor, our console vendor, and said, hey, who can digitally record your product? They gave us a list. And the other two, I'll say, they were like Casey Moe type level recording, meaning the cost was through the roof. And this system was the only one that was even remotely viable and fit every need we had. They even sent us a test system, which we hooked up and verified that it recorded all of our radios, all of our phones, and it did it perfectly. So,
Well, I just, for future purchases, I'd like to see that as far as, you know, getting bids.
Big purchases, yeah. What about you? You got any questions? You got anything while we drug you up here? You got
no,
anything
sir,
you wanna
I was
ask
here
us?
for you.
Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Chris.
Okay.
Appreciate it.
I'll make a motion that we pay the claims in sum of $884,719.67.
A second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And I did want to make a comment on this claim. $745,000 of that total is transfers. So it's not money going out. It's just going from one fund to another.
Right.
I have a few other things to get us started here if you want to go ahead and go through them. I've got the sheriff's report.
Okay, the sheriff's got 18 prisoners, 10 releases in the past week, and 14 in and 4 farmed out.
Then I have a surplus resolution, and this is on the 2 vehicles that would come up that the sheriff had that were sitting down here at the
Right.
road barn. We had failed to get that resolution ready some time back. Those had already been sold. They just hadn't been picked up yet. And I talked to him about it, and that's probably as much on me as anybody is, because I knew they came and got the titles, but I didn't think about the resolution at the time. So this would just be to clean up that and get the resolution done. He did send me copies of what we got out of the two vehicles, 3,500 out of one and 3,810 on the other one.
This is for resolution number 2021-35 for the declaration of surplus property. 2012 Dodge Chargers.
I'll make a motion that, are you making a motion on that?
I can make a motion.
Second. I second that motion. For that resolution. All in favor? Aye.
All right, and then I have two cereal malt beverage license renewals. These will be starting the first day of the new year, so it's 2022-1 and -2. The first one is Express Fuel, which is up the Lacine corner, and the other one is On the Go Prescott, which is what used to be PDQ gas station down there. So we do need a motion to approve those, and then there's a spot for the chair to sign toward the end of that line on both of them.
So I'll make a motion and we approve these two liquor license 2022-1, 2022-2.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
Just to be clear, the cereal malt beverage license is not criminal,
Yes.
which is a different thing.
I got you. You got that? I'm going to be selling bourbon this afternoon.
And I believe those are the only two we'll have now. We did have one in Centerville, but I don't think that business is operating anymore or not selling anyway, so. I need to sign these two and put a seal on them, but then, I don't know, Rick, would you mind
Yeah.
dropping that one off on your way home?
I got to pick up 12 pack, I guess.
Well, I'll get that ready before we get out of here today. Later today at 11, I have the budget amendment hearing scheduled, so we can't do that before 11. And then I've got a whole stack of year-end resolutions for you to look at then. So I think that's probably all I've got until we get back into that stuff later.
Okay, I don't see anybody from Warren or Bill, so. Health Department. We didn't see you last week. You got a big speech today?
No, we just were we're just two of us there. I mean, we were busy. Everybody wants, tested before Christmas. So Missy Lancaster, Health Department Director. I don't really have a whole lot today. We're continuing steady.
Hey, I thought I saw in the paper a week ago or 2 weeks ago, are we still doing because we had asked to stop doing the COVID. And, Doug was coming over, spending
numbers?
hours and hours and doing all that.
You asked him to stop
Yeah.
or stop reporting.
Stop report. Yeah, because they can just read the report off the state.
What he turns in is not from the state. It's something numbers
I
that
know.
he puts together.
But it was taking him hours and hours to do, he said.
Oh, okay. I mean, we can
Yeah.
just refer them to the state if they have any questions
Yep.
instead of the Linn County.
Isn't that what we did? I mean, we talked about it, like, we didn't tell you.
No.
We talked to Doug about it it's been 3 or 4 weeks, so,
Okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
It's not necessary now.
Okay, that's fine. I mean, if there's a spike, we'll let you guys know anyway. Just have to wait and see what happens after the holidays.
And talk a little bit about boosters while you're here, and people can come now and get boosters.
Yes, we're
on
no longer
Sunday.
scheduling because our numbers are kind of going down just a little bit. So every Wednesday is a walk-in clinic. It's just a little more convenient for, people that need to come in. They can just come in and get it done. It's been successful.
And if they come in to get a booster, what kind of booster is it? What?
Moderna,
It's Moderna.
yes,
Okay. And that's the only kind you have, right?
for boosters, yes.
Boosters. Okay.
Yeah.
And
That's it. Omicron is in the state of Kansas, so be on the lookout for that.
doesn't cost them anything, right?
No, it is free.
What about flu shots?
Do we have them?
Yes.
Yes.
Does it
We've had a
cost-
few come in.
Does it cost them to get a flu shot?
No.
Okay.
No. I mean, no.
Okay.
So
So
that's,
I'm glad you came in. You got anything? Didn't we ask for something? I didn't write that down. Didn't we ask for something from her?
We did about the as far as the tests, how many of there was positives with the vaccine?
Oh, I didn't look today before I left.
Can
but
you
we
send
have-
us a?
Yeah, we have over 600. I mean, last time I think I reported it was 530 something, and now we're at over 600. But some of those are testing before they travel, testing before they go see family for
Now,
Christmas.
this is the ones that's been vaccinated and still tested positive is what we ask you about. I mean, if
Right, right.
we wondered about that.
Yeah, and we're trying to track it. It's just sometimes gets super busy when you have. Last week we had a carload of 8 that needed to be tested, and so it gets a little.
Can you bring some numbers next week on that?
Sure. What do you want?
Wanted to know not who, if somebody tests positive that's now got COVID, if they've already they've been previously vaccinated.
If they're testing positive and have still been vaccinated.
After the vaccination.
Okay, yeah, I
The
can do that.
numbers of the positive tests are vaccinated versus unvaccinated.
Sure, I can do that next week.
Awesome. You got anything for us?
Nope,
Don't want to spend any money or anything?
not right
You're a
now.
great person.
Yeah, I'm your favorite today.
Thanks, Missy. Appreciate it. AMR.
Good morning, Galen Anderson with AMR. Numbers wise, for the last 7 days, we've had 17 transports by ambulance. And at this point, for the month of December, we're at 60 transports. So it's been pretty steady. We've had some really busy days for sure. The last week we talked about, you wanted confirmation that we had the station cleaned up and turned over. And I think on Monday of last week, the supervisor on duty finalized cleanup and coordinated with Sean with a few like bulky items to get taken care of. So it's all cleaned up and we handed it off to Sean. I think it's all good to go.
Okay, good. I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah, any questions?
I don't have any.
Thank you.
All right. Have a good week.
Sean?
Sean West, Public Works Administrator. I believe you all received a copy of the Pleasanton traffic study. In discussing that with Gary, I believe our next step is going to be, after reviewing that, is to get with Pleasanton, have them also look over it before we come to you with a resolution.
It's on the speed limit.
Yeah, they had asked that we extend the 30 out a ways. We had a traffic study done which found that it would be acceptable to do that.
Correct.
And so I thought probably good to let them take a look at the traffic study, see if they have any questions or objections to it before we move forward. And once you guys reviewed it, when you're ready to make the changes, we'll need to do a resolution. So you,
Which road are we talking about, or road?
Tucker, wasn't it?
Tucker.
Tucker.
Then the transfer of the old AMR station to the township went well. Everything was in order there. I have a material cost study or I'm sorry, summary. Joyce, just on and then road and bridge.
Well, you gonna explain it?
I just received it myself, and she advised me that it was normally something that you were used to being provided towards the end of the year.
Is this percentage or what's the percentage for?
The percentage is
What we use?
correct of total materials.
Okay.
it looks like you spent $919,000 on road materials.
Right.
And then that's how it's broken down.
That's with gravel and everything, right? I mean, this,
Look there.
The gravel's at the top under aggregate, asphalt, oil, sand, and sign materials are all listed and broke down percentage wise as far as the total amount.
Okay.
Road and Bridge, the John Deere at the landfill, apparently the turbo may have taken in dust, and it is going to be taken down to Humboldt. It is under warranty, but we're going to have to deliver it down there to get it serviced. We also have the CAT Unit 325, the EGR valve code on it. Has indicated an error, and it will not be able to be serviced till after the year, first of the year. This unit services the south shop to the Centerville area, so we're going to have to take the graders we do have in operation and cover the two areas where those machines are currently down.
Okay.
Transfer station, we need to haul 2 to 3 loads of tires. These are going to run $4,000 a load.
Okay.
I believe 2 will get us by, 3 is going to clear us out. And Al's just telling us, again, that's just one source to vend those to or to get rid of those. And
Is that the Champion?
I'm sorry,
Who's it go to? Champion Tires?
I cannot answer that.
Something?
In our emails back and forth, he gave me the price and what the numbers he needed to get rid of, but I didn't get a vendor on that.
So we're hauling them?
Correct.
Where we gotta take them to?
I, again, can't answer that. The information was basically the number of loads and how much it's going to run us for those loads. And because the cost, if it's going to be $8,000 to $12,000 if we get rid of all of them.
Why wouldn't we?
I don't see any reason why not to get rid of every load we've got, but based on the price, I was going to bring it in front of you before I authorized that
that's
type
just
of
tires that's been put at our dump, right?
correction.
Don't we have to cut those out a certain way in order?
Well, if we cut the sidewall out of them, we could bury it, couldn't we?
If we chop them up and bury them, or just cut the sidewalk.
Can you find out for us?
I can find out, but
Sidewall out, you could bury it.
We had a machine, but it was like ancient.
Capital made.
Yeah. Yeah.
okay.
All right.
While I was there over the holiday, I looked at the floor drains that we discussed before. It's got a one floor drain system that's probably 6 to 8 inches. And we had a couple commercial loads come in while I was there, and that floor drain is plugged anytime we have commercial dump. I mean, it has to be cleaned back out or cleared. So that's, the drain itself is there and operational, but the problem is when you dump that commercial load in there, it's going to plug the system up. There's only one drain that I could see on that tipping floor. So when they do redesign it, I don't know what their answer to it's going to be, whether it's going to be a long trench-like system drain, something that won't plug as easy. But that floor drain that you'd asked about in the past, it is being cleaned out and being used, but just the natural nature of dumping commercial loads is going to clog that drain as they dump. So, I also have a proposed schedule for next year just for you to review. This is something for discussion, but as far as the holidays for the landfill, we've had some confusion with not only with our commercial haulers, but other people, and we thought it probably would be best to post on our websites and at the landfill a holiday schedule so that everyone knew when we were open.
We didn't have a problem with this one because we talked about this earlier on about the last holiday schedule you had. So there was problems after you did
There
all
was-
commercial.
There wasn't any issue and we had
Okay.
commercial haulers come in, but to avoid the short notice to the commercial haulers and to our employees, I'd like to do it at the first of the year. That way everybody knows what our schedule is.
I have the
You got it.
resolution for county holiday schedule for the year for you to
Okay.
approve today.
Did they look at that? Did you go off of his schedule?
I went off of the holiday schedule that I found in the employee handbook, and then discussed it with Al as well, and left it as a proposal just so we could look at it and review it and discuss it at a later date to make sure that, one, that the holidays that were on a Sunday were being scheduled for Monday, and that the only holiday, Thanksgiving, was a 2-day holiday, and the only recommended change I had for that was opening up for a short period on that Friday. But it's something that I will look at the schedule that David's got, get back with you, and after a little bit of discussion and the opportunity for any of you to discuss it with Al as far as the operation, because he's vastly more knowledgeable about the schedules and the commercial hauling than I would be. After that, in a week or two, I'd like to bring it to you and then get it put out on the website so we get everybody some notice.
Okay.
We've got noxious weeds. The test that they're doing on the 5th is the right-of-way test that they're scheduled for. And we've got a water leak at the park house that Rick is looking at this morning. So the occupant there shut the main off for us, and there's a small leak in one of the bathrooms there that he's going to take a look at this morning. Signs, 530 and 1077, we looked at the stop sign, placing a stop sign ahead sign, because it was brought to my attention that there may be some issues as far as notification in a small rise and with pavement ahead of you, that some people are negating that stop sign. It could cause an accident in that location. We're looking at placing the stop signs ahead and possibly the rumble strips. And I did receive a second complaint or issue about that this last week as well. Other than that, I have, just need 10 minutes for non-elected personnel.
You got anything for him? Thank you. We can do yours earlier, right? You don't have a problem with going to executive session? Okay. Do you have anything besides the ones on here? Okay.
So we could get into these resolutions now.
Let's do it.
All right, so I have 6 more resolutions for you to take a look at today and hopefully pass. This would be numbers 2021 36 through 41. The 36 is the holidays for the year, and I'll pass these down so you can look at them. I just printed one copy. 37 is our gap waiver, which is a waiver from the generally accepted accounting principles because we're on a cash basis accounting, which is what all counties do.
Okay.
Number 38 are the official depositories for county funds. So this is of the banks that we use, and I checked with Janet on that one. She did not want to change anything from what we had before, so I left the same banks on it. Number 39 would be the official newspaper. So I have the Linn County News listed on that one. Number 40 are our paydays and dates that our vouchers are due for the pays for payroll and accounts payable. And then number 41 is the salary schedule for the new year, and this is with the cost of living adjustments in it. So that's all 6 of them, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have about that, if there's anything we need to take a look at. Probably good if we could.
So because we have a new newspaper that it's not really a written paper, but explain the rules on the newspaper, Gary.
Rules say that the official newspaper must be a print version,
Within the county,
published within the county or in general circulation.
yeah. So there's only one, so there's not really a choice. And that's the only thing that's new that I see on here. Not new, but all the rest is the same thing over.
Yeah, the holidays, we had talked about the one new holiday recently that we did not have in our handbook, so I did not add that on there.
Jim was for that, I heard.
So there's no change there. So I really, most of that is stuff that's not changed. Like I said, the salary schedule includes the 3% cost of living that was
Right.
approved, so pretty straightforward stuff, just end of the year or first of the year things we need to take care of.
So I'll make a motion that we approve resolutions 2021-36 to 2021-41. Is that correct?
Yes.
I'll second.
Been moved and seconded. All in favor? Aye.
And I had asked the other day in an email
shit.
to something to think about for the new year, but the second Monday in January is when we do the reorganization of the commission. And whoever the chair is, we need to have on our digital signatures for all the texts we
You're
send
the
out.
vice. You're it.
So
You need a nomination.
we actually don't need to take any action, but I just wanted to check, and if that's what all 3 of you are thinking, that Jim will be chair, then I will get the signature page printed out so you can sign it, Jim, and we can get that set up. I think I can get to that from here, and I'll.
Unless Rick wants it again.
Nope, you're doing a good job. And we got Danny as vice chair next year.
So yeah, at the second meeting, we'll actually have a motion to make that official on everything, but
All right.
it just helps me get things ready if I know for sure which direction we're going.
Was that soon?
Hey, he signs last, he gets the blade.
Sean just asked me about having Sherry try to get here a little earlier.
Yeah.
So that'd be good. The one that I can't do any earlier.
hearing.
would be a budget hearing because it was published for 11 o'clock.
Yep. We could do that executive session for personnel. Who was that for?
Sean, and I think Morgan was coming over with him on that. I think that's a continuation of one we had with them last week on some.
So we can do that now. We're gonna do that.
I also need a legal executive session of probably realistically 30 minutes.
Well, there you go. 30 minutes. Legal.
So we're probably looking at about an hour of executive sessions between trade secrets, legal, and personnel.
Yeah, let's just do that. So, I'll make a motion. Does anybody need to do anything before we go into executive session? Make a motion, we go into legal executive session for 15 minutes with Sean for personnel, for Jessica for 15 minutes for trade secrets, and with Gary, 30 minutes for legal, totally in 1 hour. That's my motion.
Second.
Moving second, all in favor? Aye. Thank you. All right, we're back, and there's nothing that came out of executive session that we need to report. You got some numbers? She got them?
Grab a number, but I do have. We're gonna go over the salary stuff. We'd like to fill the mechanics position in Pleasanton by hiring Matthew Oberlechner in the mechanic 2 position at 174641 as a 10B.
And this is the right pay scale that we're on there. Everything's good.
Correct.
You've interviewed him.
Yes.
Who else has interviewed him?
It was myself, Morgan, and I believe Harry.
Okay, everybody's good.
Yes.
Okay,
I'd make a motion that we hire Matt O'Blackner at that Pleasant Mechanic.
been moved and second that we hire Matt. What's his last name?
O'Blackner.
Oberlechner
Yes.
at that current pay scale as stated. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
And then with the letter from Bobby Young, we're asking to go ahead and hire and start training someone for our code, sanitation, planning, and zoning.
Okay. So Bobby Young is currently and has been for a while, our codes and what else are we calling him? Planning and zoning director. And he's given his resignation effective 27 January 2022. So I'll make a May. What did I say?
January.
Oh, sorry there, Bobby. May 27th, 2022. So I'll make a motion that we go ahead and advertise that position to replace him.
I'll second.
Moved and second, all in favor? Aye. What else you got?
The other is our salary changes,
Yeah, salary adjustments, right?
adjustments, and these adjustments are based on aligning job descriptions with pay rate and job description.
And I do apologize for that. That is what came out of executive session too. So I said there was nothing, but there's really this.
And based on that, we're asking to, and read these. We're asking to move Brandon Weisenhut to 10B, 174641. Leonard Franklin, 178066, 10E. Joseph Oldham, 150924, 7K. Roger Vaughn, 148942, 8C. Levi Weisenhut, 157058, 8H. Kevin Lewis, 1570 58, 8H, and Dennis Harding, 1570, 58, 8H.
Okay. And this is a result of evaluating everybody's pay, and we hired a couple people previously that was actually making more than people that had been working there for a while. So everything got out of whack, and we've got it all back aligned, and we think we're on track for good now, right?
Yes.
Okay. I'll make that motion that we change those what do you want to call it? Salary adjustments to those amounts, to those people. Moved and seconded, all in favor? Aye. Thanks. That's it? That's all you got?
Yep.
Okay. You're on. Hey, come up here, Sherry, and just sit down. Just bring us your stuff. Keep your mic by in. So we got Sherry from the park, so we're just kind of doing a workshop now to get more familiar. She's been the boss down there for a while.
You want one of these, Gary?
Gary needs one, yeah.
That'll be the first one they actually pay and.
Perfect, so I just want to make sure.
Okay. So where we start?
Just tell us what tell us.
Okay, the 2021 park year-to-date report that David put out last month was missing some items which are attached on top. that
Okay.
he Should also get credit for.
Okay.
So far, his report shows that our receipts, money coming in was 273,874.47, and our expenditures were 249,460 and 48 cents. And then we also normally get the rental house money, which goes through the cash register normally.
We normally?
Yes,
are we not?
do. It runs through the cash register.
Yeah, are we getting it still?
We got it through Kira. He got on that rental assistance program. So we got another 5,800 on 9/30/21 from that. And we got 2,900 December 7th.
Okay.
And that should be included in this total, but it's not yet.
Okay.
And then Larry Reynolds and the hayfield money should probably go to us too. That's 2,275 that I found was paid for 12/21. And then Laundry Solutions is the laundry facilities at the park. Our share of the money was $1,120.28.
Okay.
And then the fishing and hunting licenses was only $120, but I put it on there.
Sure.
Okay, so end of all, by the end of November, we don't know about December yet, but we're pushing about $16,000 for December. We should have been, by the end of November, in the red, $36,629.21.
Well, that's good
Yeah,
because it wasn't good in there for a while.
it was good.
So what changes have you made what since you've been there that you can tell us about?
Since Sean left,
Yeah.
well, the Airbnb is up and going, but we just got it up and going.
Oh, really?
Got our first rental today.
Oh, congratulations.
And
So does that look like something that's good?
it does look good,
Okay.
but I don't know how good yet.
Yeah.
The only thing is that we're kind of giving them our two best cabins,
Mm-hmm.
the two most rented, and I wasn't real for that, but that's where we're going. Because I was more pushing towards trying to get the ones that don't rent as much, 4, 5, and 6, but yeah. So, but we get a little bit more money that way, but I included cleaning fees and, because now we have to wash sheets,
Sure.
towels, all that kind of stuff. So that's going on. I got the Ventec up and running this summer. The Ventec machine. I brought you lots of stuff if you want it. This is by the end of November also how much money had been ran through the Ventec machine. It's the last page, the last total on the bottom is by the end of November, we had run $85,282 either through credit cards or cash through the Ventec machine.
Thank you.
And the Ventec machine is nice because we don't have as much contact with people with COVID. It makes people pay better. People would tend to skip paying when they came in there because there was nobody there or something. So
do you see it as a good purchase?
I like it. The only thing I don't like about it is counting out. It has $300 coins in it, but it's not, that's just a personal thing.
Yeah.
And I have to count those and count the money in it. Take it to the bank. We deposit probably about a little over $2,000 per month into the bank account, cash out of that machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, that's good.
So
Is the banking facility that we use, is it in Lacey?
it's a little bat bank up in Lacey. Yeah.
Okay.
So, anyway, advertising wise, the part-timers started today. And so advertising wise, I can do a lot better once I have a little bit of freedom to try to expand that. The state, we can put signs out on the highway for the park.
Right.
But they won't put them out for us. There's some kind of a, statute that, we can't have it in there right in their right of way.
Right.
But we can go to landowners and they will show us where the right of way is and put signs out farther, either coming from the south or the north.
Yeah, there is some rules on that too.
Feasible. Yeah, I've been going through the people with the right of ways and all that stuff, and
But it's a scenic byway, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you
Right.
can't just put more billboards.
Because I've looked into that quite a bit for my own use. I thought you had the landowner was the only person allowed to put anything on their right and on their land. It had to be their business.
we would have to get, no, that's not what the guy at KDOT told me. I don't know if it's this, Gerald Guatney, Brian, it's Bill Simmons, he does the right of way. He told me that we would have to get permission from the landowner to put the sign on their property, so I'm sure they're probably gonna want money too, but, I mean, I don't know what that is gonna be
Yeah.
cost yet.
Okay. A lot of people, even in Lynn Valley, doesn't even realize that
Parks there,
park's there.
I know.
And there is a private owner up there that you've seen the billboards, signs on that road.
Right,
I don't know if there's any value into putting a sign there. Or
at Lynn Valley,
hmm
maybe.
Because I mean, you get people a lot of times they go to Lynn Valley and they're looking to buy or they're hanging out for the day. But if they knew that lake was there and cabins were there, they may.
Yeah,
Clubhouse or anything we could ever, as far as inside?
Yeah. There is a clubhouse there too, in that POA. But right outside that gate, I think it's about $200 a year. You can put a sign up.
oh, well,
So,
that's a good
I mean,
option then. I
Once
didn't
you
know
build
about
a sign, I mean, it's there as long as you pay
that.
your
And they
bill.
don't make you pay for it?
Nope.
No,
Nope.
okay, that's a good.
I can
avenue
give you
to
his
check
number
into.
after that. And I don't know if it's a value and what kind of a sign it would be, but
Right, might be
Yeah.
worth it,
yeah.
yeah.
What other ideas have you got for the park?
I'd like to, if I can, we'll see how that goes, go to some of the RV and boat shows sometime this summer where we can probably make people more aware that the lake's there and the camping grounds are there.
Are we in those camping internet sites? If you go to,
No, I have the price, that's the one thing I forgot to bring with me today.
Okay.
I had it ready, but I grabbed my folder and forgot it. I have the prices on that and I can get back to you on that. The Kansas book that goes out every year, just have a highlighted area and there's only like 170 a year, but we have to get in there like the first or something like that. And then Good Sam's, the great big book, is a little bit more pricey, but they will do internet access on Good Sam's for a little less, like around $1,000. It's still
quite
really
honestly, I don't know
pricey.
if those books even work because
You don't think so?
most people nowadays get on their phone or something.
Well, I'm talking on the internet through Good Sam's, but do people search through Good Sam's for camping spots
I think so.
online?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that's about the cheapest avenue to go,
Yeah.
so,
And they even got them broken down for free sites and how much prices and all that too.
right,
So that's kind of a good thing.
you know. Were you wanting to talk about raising prices at all at the park?
I don't know. Are you?
Well, I thought maybe you wanted to, but I don't know.
Well, we're in the good.
Are you good with that then?
Oh, it's a lot better than it was.
Compared to other parks, where are we at?
That's about the cry.
Price wise? Probably have another paper for you somewhere, if I remembered to bring them.
We raised them just not to the end. but
Yeah.
within-
Did I forget that too? Sorry, I got changed, my timing got changed and I was trying to get beds made. Oh yeah, I do have it. These are the prices. These, Rutlanders, Lynn Valley Lakes, River Valley Lakes, Lynn County Park, compared to them is actually more cheaper.
That's good.
Yeah.
Should be. If at all possible.
That much cheaper though?
Yes, that is exactly what I called them all incognito and found out. Except for like Sugar Valley Lakes doesn't have a very good campground in there, like 15 to 25. They need to
Right.
do some improvements on theirs, but not as an insult to them. I live there, but Anyway, we're only $14 to $18 per night, depending on utilities. But
So what do you see for the park's future? Do you see more cabins going out there? Or maybe cabins in a different place?
Well, don't we
You-
have pads for cabins and material, do we not?
that's for what?
We have a pad already poured and foundation made for another cabin already, don't we?
The foundation isn't poured, but the plumbing's in and the conduits all ran. Yeah, and the actual cabin, most of it's up in the shop, except
The
for,
material for it?
oh yeah, except for the roofing, I think. I don't know if the wiring, do we have the wiring
80% of the cabins
up there?
they're ready to be placed. The other materials would have been used as it sat there to repair the cabins that are there currently.
So if we wanted to install, we wanted this cabin to go up.
You're looking at about 20% of the materials you normally have to buy. We could put it together.
Okay.
We also need new mowers at the park.
All right.
Here's my beef with you and your mowers. I got a beef with you and your mowers.
Me, I haven't brought it up.
Is you got all that area to mow, and I know Robert likes to mow, apparently. And is he mowing with a 61-inch or 72-inch mower? Do you know?
I think it's 60. Where'd the boss go?
When
But
I,
he's mowing like 5 acres or 10 acres.
before I left,
My question is, why can't we
changed
just?
to using the brush hog in the larger areas,
Yeah.
Okay.
and then the zero turns at the campsite.
So, I mean, even to get if you wanted even a prettier cut, instead of going out and spending $10,000-$12,000 on a commercial type grade mower, zero turn, you could buy a $6,000 or $8,000 finish mower. You already got the tractor for it,
There's a lot
bigger,
of spots that they can't mow with the big.
but there's a lot that they can. You're being negative about it. There's a lot that
I'm trying to get a mower.
I do believe of the 3 mowers that they've got down there, they do need,
At least one.
a finish mower would be fine for those larger areas.
yeah.
But they also need to replace one of the zero turns because the 3 they.
Well, and that's fine, but I'm just saying, if we've got the equipment, part of the equipment.
Isn't there already a tractor there and a?
There is a tractor there.
There's a tractor there and a brush hog that we do the ditches and stuff.
And if-
We're talking about finish mowing the large open areas below the old pool, and then by the bathhouse. Some of those areas we could use a finish mower, but then around the campsites and stuff, we're probably still gonna need to.
Where the old pool was in that big area right there, is that potential cabin sites or not?
Right up behind
Pretty
it.
enough?
There's one right behind it, right?
It's right beside the other
Well,
one.
yeah.
No,
Yeah.
Up by the old bathhouse.
Are we looking at any other sites for cabins in the future
I think
besides right there? I mean, what as you come down the hill and stuff?
what we're gonna have to do is, look at the infrastructure and what it can support in the lagoons. And then look at when we get the new lease, what our options.
When is that? Have you checked into that?
That is supposed to be coming at the first of the year.
Okay.
What percentage do we have the cabins leased now as far as the dates?
Yeah, do you know that? What percentage of the time? What do we got?
We have average of per day, and I don't know if I counted the winter in yet, but out of 7 cabins, it's basically half are rented out, including weekdays where it's more dead. So it ends up being 3.5 cabins per day is rented out on an average.
So if you build this one new one, we don't need it until we have proof of support
Correct.
for the more use of it.
And I
Well-
don't know, one, whether we could support the use of it, and 2, whether our lagoons and everything, our infrastructure could support.
Needs to be.
Okay.
That would be the next question after that.
Yeah, I mean, we're not just out there to build a village and nobody wants to rent it.
They all have to dump their mobile trailers too there, right? I mean, as far as
Yes.
that's all.
And in this new letter that you talked to, we're going to see hopefully in January, talk about all the concerns that I wanted, like maybe a swimming area or
It's supposed to
different
address
areas.
what our opportunities, in the new lease are. It's supposed to address.
When is that expected to be?
Just after the first year, I was told by legal that we would have it, in January.
Because that could really influence people's wanting to come there.
Correct, and the direction that we take as far as
Yeah.
the swimming areas or recreation and.
I think it's huge. I think we got to figure something out besides just fishing there because
And-
it's,
And it opens up, quite honestly, funding opportunities and grants when we have that needs.
What is your busy time in the fishing? Just the weekends or is it during the week?
It depends. A lot of people come during the week and they stay like for a week or two. So, and then we have tournaments there. And so, sometimes the whole parking lot's just
Yeah.
full. And then those are on the weekends.
do we
It
take
kinda
it?
just
Do we
depends.
take advantage of that? I mean, do we have the pack tournaments? Do we, I mean, give them any deals on camping, trying to entice them to stay or?
I haven't tried that. Most of them a lot of them come from Johnson County, so they just drive home in reality. We have both catfishing and, bass tournaments. And,
Who puts that on just to,
Bassmasters, US, Kansas
do we charge them anything to do it?
parking. They gotta pay $3 per day per car. So we don't charge them to have their tournament there. Do you think you should?
I don't know. I just think that we should, no, not necessarily charge them.
Tournaments on the lake, and we don't control the lake.
Right.
I just try to think of a way that we could utilize.
Well, I might be able to promote more staying there if I give them
Bring
some
in extra
other
bait or
deals.
anything like that, or
The thing is, that would be camping because our cabins are full in the summer. I mean, the weekends are full. People, if they don't call at least 3 weeks ahead of time, they're not gonna get a cabin, more like a month. Some people reserve.
It's just they sit there a lot during the winter time, don't they?
Well, they're not bad right now. I ran a special this winter, buy, rent 2 nights, get 1 free, and I've got, well, I thought I had 2, but I only ended up 1 backed out. I have a lady living in one of the cabins this whole month. She's been in December and she'll probably be in there, January and February as well. Cause she lost her home, so she's paying us about $900 a month to stay in the cabin, but we heat the cabins anyway, so we might as well. You know, she's getting, it's $107.50 normally for 2 nights, and she's getting 3 nights for $107.50, which becomes $35.83 at night. So, yeah, I've had more response in this last month than normally in December because I did that. So,
Yeah, I think, yeah, I like that. I think you should do anything you can to, while they're sitting there idle, try to figure something out to get.
right. Might as well have people in them,
Is the
right?
internet going now?
No.
What's going on with that?
I would have to talk to Chris, but I know he tested the line that was brought over, and then there was a plan to run a ditch from the back house over to the first cabin.
Nobody wants them with that. I mean,
Yeah, no, yeah.
it's a disappointment to go somewhere now without internet.
So
It is.
I'm gonna have to get back with him. I don't know whether that equipment is in or where we're at with
I mean, could it, something with Crawcan too, or Peoples, or whoever has.
No, it's Peoples, and he was gonna shoot the satellite off another little.
That's
little
been,
round
it's
thing.
been, what, over a year that we've been missing.
Yeah, yeah. See if you can check on that for us.
I think that's huge. Do you get a lot of people asking about it?
They do, but a lot of people come there to unwind. So a lot of people, even if they can get reception up at their cabins with their phones,
Yeah.
they tell people they don't have reception, so they leave them alone.
Some do, yeah.
Yeah, they want to get away, but
most people want.
but I do have requests for it, and I just end up telling them they can either come down, park in the parking lot, and use the Wi-Fi at the. They can use it at the marina.
In the
or come
TVs,
to the
is there
marina.
TVs in there? So if we had TVs and we had the internet, they could use the smart TV, they could use Netflix or whatever.
Well, you could probably raise the prices too.
You think-
I
TV.
mean, a TV's $200
Do you
nowadays.
think getting a TV in there would be necessary?
I wouldn't rent it if it didn't.
Really?
Hell no.
I go to camp, but
I don't-
I've had people ask. I had a lady whose dog couldn't stay there because they didn't have a TV, so, but for the most part, no, most people don't care.
I mean, those are just simple amenities.
I think
I do think they care. The ones that are coming are the ones that don't care, but
Well, I can do.
there's a lot more that would come if they had that.
Yeah, I
Don't you
agree. Yeah. How do you do I mean, when you rent one, say someone calls you in the middle of the night or, late night, how do you rent that out to them?
Don't,
Like in the middle of the week?
don't,
How come?
because once we're closed, unless they call me ahead of time, we don't, they don't call me on the cell phone if I had to. And it would be hard to do because Bill can run the keys up because he lives there for some of.
I also think, because whenever I owned the cabins in Pleasanton, we put lock pads on the
Yeah,
door.
I wouldn't mind doing that.
I think that would
Keyless
be,
entry.
yeah, it'd be huge, and they pay you the credit card.
With the Airbnb, it would be easier too,
Yeah.
because we have to make sure when they're coming in.
I think with your Airbnb, you're gonna get a lot of people starting to hit you up and wanting the cabins during the week and just bypassing through here. I think you're gonna, right now, do you feel like we're just hitting the
Well-
nature people right now? I mean, really?
Nature people.
Like, people just wanting to unwind, not really necessarily a place for people to actually just come in through to stay the night really quick and get up and leave.
Yeah, we do get that. We do get that actually, but they usually call me before I close and then we leave the keys in the cabin and the cabin unlocked is what we do right now. But keyless entry wouldn't be a bad idea just because it'd be easier.
Yeah,
But,
I think that'd be
Little
huge.
box and then
Yeah.
but I've even, the washer and dryers, there's a lot of people that come in there and use our washer and dryers and don't even buy a park pass. But we're at least getting $2 per load. But I've thought about asking about that too, keyless entry on the washer and dryer, the laundry facilities.
You give the people that stay in the code and then change it once a month or something.
Yeah, and it
Do you
would have
care though?
people that- Do I care?
If they're coming in, they're paying the $2 or whatever?
But they're not paying the park fee.
They're not paying the park fee, they're just coming and using it. I think what I care more about
Yeah.
is the people that come in and use the showers and aren't buying shower passes.
Danny, come on.
$150 a year for a shower pass is, nothing. If you took one shower a week, it's $3 a shower.
Do you get
We're
people
losing
that buy-
water in that way, electricity.
Is there people that buy just a shower pass?
There are, but we went to that this year and before they just had to buy a park pass. And this year only 3 people bought them. So, but I think we probably, especially most of the people that buy them are from Linn County and they only have to pay $15 to come in and take showers all they want throughout the year. So we raised it to $150, but it's too hard to patrol, I guess, I'm not there at night. They start to figure out that you're not there at night and
That's what I'm, and I've
Yeah.
thought about that, whenever you leave at night and, do people come in late at night, just running through, stay the night, get up and leave before everybody gets going?
I think I've got that pretty well. I don't hear people saying so much of it anymore, but I'm pretty good about as soon as I get there, especially I'm off on Friday and Saturday in the summer and I come in on Sunday morning, I start dropping tickets on cars and campers. So as soon as I get there. So I think that's kind of deterred some people, but I don't know anymore. I haven't heard a lot of the people that live there kind of keep an eye out. And I haven't heard a lot of them say that, that they've seen people pulling in and pulling out. We did have it a couple of years ago, but I haven't heard much about it lately.
So I'd like to see, the cost of assembling that building, what it's gonna cost us, the, cabin. And I'd like to see the internets get done officially. And then there's only 7 cabins or 8 cabins, there will be, right?
That'd be 8.
8 40-inch TVs or something like that to go in them. And they all have smart TVs.
Well, we got to have some kind of antenna system. They don't get good reception there, so.
But if you have the
You have the internet, you won't have to
Oh,
worry about.
if we get the internet.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the
Because
TV.
they can use their own they can use their own passwords for
Use their own
Netflix and
phones,
all
yeah.
that. Yeah. Okay, so I'd like to, you want to go back to what you wanted the most. You wanted a mower.
I do.
And
And
have
the
you
washing-
looked into what will you do with you got 3, right?
Yeah.
So which one's leaving if it happens and what's staying?
Check with them, but I believe the John Deere, front deck is the worst. Need replaced. Back deck is pretty poor on that mower.
I think it might actually, I don't know, it might be the bad boy, so I'm not sure.
Check with Robert.
Well-
Most parts recently.
Get us some bids on it. The 3 bids. They don't have to be all John Deere. They can be whatever. A good product. I mean, we bought Bad Boy before. We bought John Deere before. We bought Kubota before. Whatever's you all figure. You get 3 comparative bids and I would get the 70, I wouldn't get anything less than 72 inches as much as you're mowing.
What about like one of these ones like the bat wings that come down on the side that, you
Yeah,
know,
but those are like $25,000, $35,000.
A little more expensive than that.
Yeah.
The back mowers, we looked at one, Rick had a dealer show us one, and they were pricing.
Yeah, they're quite a bit. We're not looking on Purple Wave now, are you?
no, I'm just looking. I'm just
So what do you need from us besides the mower?
Well, I just talked to him about, with this Airbnb, we're washing sheets and towels and,
Is that required?
well, if we're gonna have sheets and towels, no, it's not required. We can rent them without sheets and
Oh, but
bedding.
Airbnb asked for that.
No, you can do them without, but it was suggested to me at the very beginning that we did sheets, bedding.
Okay, is that what you want to do?
I don't know yet.
Okay.
I don't know. I'm more concerned about bed bug problems.
do you have the plastic linings that go over the bed, the mattress first?
We have hospital grade mattresses. They are sealed. I've even had the bug guy look at them and he said, oh yeah, those are great.
Yeah, that's what we did. And then, you know, another thing, I know a lot of places, sometimes they'll wash all the sheets and everything, but not the comforter every time. And we literally bought new machines to wash everything every single time.
And including the bedspreads every time?
Every time.
Oh,
Yeah.
to keep from having those kind of
Yeah.
problems?
So, you know, some of the places they'll do all the sheets and everything, but the comforters,
Sure.
the comforter, you know, they don't.
And then
But
you still have that
always
problem.
did. And what'll happen is it'll take all that cotton stuff and push it to the bottom of the deal and kind of ball up. But I think it's very important that you do it every single time.
Okay.
I think that on Airbnb now, I think you're going to get a lot of people starting to, you know, inquire about them. And I think that the little things like that are, you know, TV and the sheets and all that's a must. Really.
Okay.
And I know Sherry talked to me about it before she came in, if that's something we're willing to, she's gonna need to probably outfit a stackable washer dryer in the back of the marina, because like everybody else down there, we're having to shove quarters in a laundry machine every time we go to the bathhouse to do
Yeah.
that. So it's gonna be more cost efficient, putting unit inside the marina.
All right.
Like a set of stackables in the back room.
Why don't you get a list of what you got, the mower you need or you want? And,
We need it.
and,
And a stackable washer dryer and
see, a stackable washer and dryer is very small though. So what are you gonna put in the damn thing?
I have one at my cabin and it's big. It's as big as a regular washer.
I think with you know, with the
Regular
comforters and everything, it's going to take a toll on it. I think you need a
Bigger
decent,
washer dryer.
yeah, that's what we had to end up getting.
You got one for sale, don't you?
No. But
It just so happens.
one thing I'd like to see is that with it being just fishing for dad only and nobody, nothing for the rest of the family to do, I would really like to see that splash park maybe this year. What do you guys think? See it up and, maybe
It was up this.
revamp it a little bit, make
Oh,
it,
make it more exciting.
yeah, paint it a little bit and
Okay.
I don't know. What do you guys think? Maybe add something to it if we can.
Do
I
that.
mean, I don't know. I just feel like there's nothing.
It's a homemade park, so
Yeah. That's kind of the quaintness of it
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
You know?
It's a neat little thing. I think we could, yeah.
Yeah, we can look into
get
that.
some ideas, and then as winter goes through, and we can get your mower request in here in the next month or so. Find out, and then, I mean, it's good you're operating in the positive. I think you can go further now.
Yeah.
Not that we're trying to make a whole lot of money, but the park is there for a benefit.
Well, I've had people ask me why we don't have bands on the weekends, like Pomona does that, Melbourne does that, but I don't know if we want to get into that. I mean,
Well, we used to have, when the restaurant was open up at the corner,
right.
the BMW bike club would come down, and they had like 400 people in it for that day, and they spend 2 days.
Hmm.
And a lot of them would eat there, and of course they'd go into town. There's not a whole lot of places they could eat.
Yeah.
My point is, are we growing enough to cook or do anything in our marina itself?
You want to hire another person?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I don't know. Cook as far as crock pots, we don't have a kitchen. I mean, you're talking like real food, like restaurant.
I'm just
I'm just-
throwing it out there as an idea for the future.
We could do things in like crock pots, like we could do biscuits and gravy in the morning
Uh-huh.
and maybe something in the crock pot in the afternoon, but, we had,
Well, some of these things now that you're seeing at these fast food restaurants are not really grills anymore. They just kind of go through like a pizza oven almost.
oh yeah, I know what you're talking,
And that they fry and
yeah,
sizzle and do all kinds of things to
yeah.
stuff.
Do you think things would sell really well like that? I mean, items like that?
People,
When it's hot outside, no,
when they're coming in for the morning, early morning and getting on the boat and all that stuff.
well, a
You got
lot of
the
them, by the time
minnows
they
and all
come in
that.
off the boat, they're not really hungry, they're
Yeah.
thirsty. And so they come in and buy pops, and they might, if they're really hungry, they might buy, we have sandwiches and pizza and chicken sandwiches, everything goes in the microwave though, so.
Do most of the people that come off the lake come through the marina? And then once they leave?
Not as much anymore because of the kiosk. A lot of them just go out, pay their parking, go fishing, come out, and leave. But a lot of them still come through. The old regulars that come through always come in and buy something before they leave. So,
What is there something that we need to add to the marina that we don't have that?
well, my suggestion was adding Linn County products in there, but I kind of got kiboshed on that one. So, yeah.
Yeah.
That was my suggestion to add it. There's a lot of women that come in and want to shop or dink around because their husbands are out fishing. I was trying to think of something that they could shop for that, makes it more enticing. I don't know.
We had a reason why we didn't do that.
Something about if the product got too big or something.
I can't remember
Or
now.
how, turning people down? Like,
A lot of it was, when we discussed it, was space. If we offer areas to a few people and don't offer to everyone, because there's a very limited space that we're talking about, it'd be shelf rack space.
Yeah.
And not.
Maybe we can
like homemade
revisit
furniture.
that.
I mean, if
I'll
it was
come up with
manageable, it would be one thing.
Okay.
Well, the biggest thing I think, I'm thinking, what's in Linn County? I'm like, I don't think Frankie's going to want to put his Frankenstein trikes in there, is he? So, I mean, if somebody did furniture, we could do like 2 Adirondack chairs or something like that with a photo album with more of their product with their business card. And then if somebody wants
Yeah, I'll
more,
come
they
up and
can
talk to you about
go.
it. It
Yeah.
doesn't sound like it's undoable. You just didn't think it was a good idea at the time. Let's
Well-
revisit it.
It's okay.
up there where I think it's 1, 2, and 3 cabin maybe, and it has like have you ever thought about taking a lot of those trees out or, brush hogging a lot of that down where you can actually see out into the
I
lake?
think they need to be topped if nothing else.
I
So,
think that we need to, that's just my personal opinion when driving through. I think that a view right there would be amazing, and maybe like a small fire pit down like in front of the 2 or 3 cabins or whatever it is in that little area. Do you think that would help?
they all have fire pits down below their decks.
Oh, they do.
Yeah, except maybe cabin one's is kind of off to the side. The other 2, they're down below their decks. So they're there, but I agree. The trees have grown up apparently since it was first
Even if we thin
built.
it out and just be able to see the lake where you could walk down, I think that'd look. I think it would look great. Number one, number two, I think a lot of people would really enjoy it.
I think so too. I agree.
How much work do you think that'd be, Sean?
To stop guys and look at it. We cleared a little area before I left up there that had been overgrown,
You got anything else?
but there is quite.
Not unless you want something from me. I got a whole bunch of stuff.
No, you're good.
We're capable of getting it done.
Okay. Let's wrap this up. So, get the request in for mowers and bids and,
Okay.
and,
You can go out for bid on the cabins too. You got plans on that, or how do you want to do that?
I want to know the cost first.
See what's there.
You
Yeah.
don't know the cost unless you get a plan to do
He's
it.
already got a,
Oh, you already got a plan to do it?
I don't have one for work plans in the past.
yeah.
Reevaluate it, start seeing what's there, and what needs to be
Thanks, Sherry.
purchased, and then come up with a plan, come up with either a bid or.
Okay. So we didn't get the timeline, but we're after 11 and we have a hearing to do, right?
Yeah, give me just a minute. I'm looking something up here.
Thank you.
I usually give about $50 for this every year.
Okay, so I did publish notice for a budget amendment hearing for today. Notice was published for 11, so we're fine starting after that. We just couldn't have started before. The only fund I was amending is the health department. They had plenty of cash to amend their budget, and they were pushing what was in their original budget. They may have come in okay anyway, but it was safer to go ahead and amend it. So it obviously does not change any tax income or anything. It's mainly income they had from grants, and they were spending pretty much everything they had, so it was just safest to do that. So since we needed to do an amendment, publish the notice, the first thing I would need is for the chair to open the budget amendment hearing, or just state that it's open.
Do I need to recess this one?
No.
Okay, I'll make a motion that we,
Let's say it doesn't even.
okay. So we are going to go into a budget hearing amendment.
Okay, and then we need to ask if there's any public comment.
There you go. So I close the comment.
So then we close the budget amendment hearing, and the only other thing I need after that is a motion to adopt the amended health department budget. So what I did was I went from their original budgeted expenditures were $407,020. I bumped it up to $507,508. Gave them just over another 100,000 in spending authority. I don't believe they're going to need very much of that, but there was enough cash available to do that, and it was just to allow in case something happened toward the end of the year.
So what happens to it at the end? If there's,
They're in a separate fund, so it just stays in their fund anyway.
okay.
So we just need a motion to adopt that amended budget.
Go ahead, Danny.
I'll make a motion that we adopt this amended budget for the calendar year of 2021.
This just for,
Just the health department.
just the help.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's not raising any additional money.
No.
It's giving them the authority to spend some of the grant money that's come in over and above what they expect.
Make you nervous?
So do we do this for each department? Is that what we do?
I did that on purpose.
I look at all funds, and which the health department is in its own fund. So they're the only ones in there, but like general fund is a whole bunch of us. But I look at every fund each year to make sure we're not going over the fund budget. And if so, we would need to amend to be able to go over it. So this is not unusual at all.
All right. We had it.
To have one or two or at the end of the year.
Two things are necessary to spend money. One, you gotta have the cash, and two, you gotta have the budget authority. In this case, they have the cash, but they didn't have the budget. So we're not raising any additional.
And Jim just gave 100,000. Okay, well,
Do I
let's.
sign this front?
And I don't think the next
There's
vote on the
there's a motion on the table, and it's been by Danny and seconded by Jim Johnson. And all in favor? Aye.
that takes care of that one. I also had some ads and abates that I didn't have ready earlier this morning. If you want to approve them. It's 2021-75 through 80. And I went through and just added them up while we were sitting here. It's actually a total abatement of $2,207.38.
Well, that's my motion.
I'll second it. It's been moved and seconded. We, what's the numbers on them?
75 through 80.
75 through 80 on ads and abates. All in favor? Aye.
Just, you want them all signed?
It doesn't matter. I mean, if just somebody initial them or sign them, it's fine. And then the only other thing I had for you today is I went through one day late last week because we just were working with all these end of the year transfers, which were in today's pay. And I printed out the first 2 pages are a record of what's in the equipment reserve fund right now and which department put it in there and what it's set up for. And then on the last page of that, I showed the balances in that equipment reserve fund and the balances in the other reserve funds we have, special machinery, special road and bridge, reappraisal, noxious weed, special fire and health capital outlay, how much we're transferring at the end of the year and what the new balances will be in each of those. So it's nothing that needs any action. I just wanted you guys to see where we're at on all these funds we have in reserve. Yeah. Or see if you had any questions about it. Thank you.
Any questions?
Not yet. Still looking. So I guess just a little added comment to go with between this and just where we're coming out on all the budgets this year. County's in a very healthy position financially. It's not been a bad year at all for us.
Good.
We're, I think, in almost every fund carrying over a little more cash than what I'd planned at budget time. So it puts us in a good position for the following year when we're working on budgets.
You good now?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
I don't have any questions.
You got anything? You didn't need anything on that, did you?
No, I just wanted you guys to see where we were at on everything.
So next week, not the next week, the following week's when we do the changeover.
Yeah, it's always the second
Yeah.
Monday in January is the reorganization.
That's also the day you asked for a walkthrough.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. If you got anything, anything else, Gary? Okay, I'll make a motion, we adjourn.
A second.
Moving second, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Go away, Jim.
Don't go away.
Matt?